This hockey season, your better starts at Sport Chek, featuring our exclusive line of Sidney Crosby's SC87 hockey gear by Reebok. Sport Chek, your better starts here. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Welcome to Rogers Center. Blue Jays are home for a 7-game homestand. It's a beautiful summer's night, 25 degrees. Bob Melvin's Oakland Athletics in town for a 4-game wraparound series. The Athletics are going through a bit of a tough stretch right now. It's time now for the starting lineups, brought to you by Quaker State. Real, durable oil. Oakland has really struggled to score runs lately. Coco Crisp, Eric Sogard, the second baseman, has been a nice little spark offensively in that 2 spot. He's riding a 13-game hit streak in which he's hit .383 with a homer and 9 RBIs. And then down in the 5th spot, Brandon Moss, a power-hitting first baseman over his last 14 games, is hit .333 with a homer and 7 RBIs. But this offense, as a unit, needs to pick it up to support the pitching staff.
And that is the lineup that Esmil Rogers will face. The struggles continue for Esmil Rogers. His last start versus the Angels, just 5 innings, gave up 7 runs on 10 hits, and that wing column has really been bare for Esmil. 8 straight starts now without a W. He's got to get that sinker working just a little bit more. He's got to throw more consistent strikes and get that breaking ball over a little bit more consistency. With some consistency, and he'll be fine.
Rogers for the season, as you saw, a 3-6 record. Defensively behind Rogers, Emilio Bonifacio makes his 10th start in left field. Colby Rasmus is in center and Jose Bautista in right. Laurie and Reyes on the left side of the infield. Izturis and Encarnacion on the right side. And Josh Thole making his 4th consecutive start behind the plate.
And we'll keep our eye on Colby Rasmus in center field. Esmil Rogers is a fly ball pitcher. Colby made some highlight catches on that road trip. The one in Seattle, you won't find anyone better, where he took a home run away from Kendrys Morales. He might be busy tonight in center.
Colby can go get it. And Esmil Rogers, as you mentioned, is a fly ball pitcher. So we are set. Rogers making a tribute to his father in the dirt behind the pitching rubber. He is all set. And Rogers would love to get things turned around on this, the first game of this 7-game homestand. His 13th start. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's in there for strike 1.
You know, I think Esmil Rogers is a lot like Josh Johnson. He has to establish early, and I think he has to get one time through that lineup and he'll be just fine. His problems have come early in the game.
Nothing like 0-2 to start the ball game. You know what, I think Rogers is at the point where he's just got to shoot for the middle of the plate and then expand after he gets ahead. Hit hard but foul, as that's the only thing Crisp could do with that inside fastball.
At times, Esmil has been throwing a lot of sliders because he's been falling behind counts, trying to miss bats instead of being aggressive. There are his last 17 games played for Coco Crisp, just a 186 average, so go right after him.
Missed with the ball in the dirt. Coco Crisp in his 3rd season with Oakland. He started out his big league career with the Cleveland Indians, came up in 2002. Rogers ahead 1-2. Changeup hit hard, but again foul down the right side. Coco's an igniter, but as Pat mentioned, he's been struggling to get on base. And that's been the problem for the Athletics. They've gone 1-4 since the Blue Jays took 2 out of 3 in Oakland.
Yeah, they have struggled offensively, and they've struggled defensively, losing 6 out of 6.
Bob Melvin's team is currently tied atop the American League West with the Texas Rangers. There's a line drive into right. That's going to get down. Bautista cuts it off. Coco Crisp with a big turnaround first will stop there.
Take a look at the scouting report tonight for Esmil Rogers, what he throws and when he'll throw it. He likes the fastball. He'll use that. Innings pitched for Rogers over the last few years, it's up to 93. He throws a fastball, slider, curveball, and a changeup. So maybe those 93 innings are starting to take their toll on Rogers. When he gets to 2 strikes, he likes to use the slider. So we'll keep an eye on that tonight.
Rogers made 13 starts for Colorado in 2011. This is his 13th start of the season. Eric Sogard, we mentioned his 13-game hit streak, and boy, he has been a refreshing addition to this lineup. He has good at-bats, he works the count very well, and he's patient to allow Coco Crisp a couple pitches at first.
Isn't he a typical Oakland A type of hitter where you work the count, you try and see as many pitches as you can per at-bat and wear down that pitcher. Not afraid to hit with a strike on him.
During that 13-game hit streak, he's hit .383. It's the longest hit streak of the season for an Oakland A's player. 2-0. Now 3-0. Once again, Rogers has to get back into the middle of the plate.
You know, he jumped ahead of Coco Crisp 0-2, and everything was looking good. Fought back to 2-2, and then threw a fastball right down the middle. He hasn't been able to command that fastball. That has been his problem. Everybody keeps talking about his sinker, and it's not there. I think he just needs to throw better pitches with his fastball. Keep it down.
He has given up home runs lately. You can see Jed Lowrie on deck. 3-1. Sogard takes ball forward. First two reach against Ismael Rogers, and we'd mentioned he got inserted into the rotation and got off to a great start. His first 6 starts were very impressive, but it's been a different story over his last 6.
Yeah, and it's always that one inning, it seems like, and early in the ball game. 4 runs in one inning. In one start, he had 4 runs in another inning in a second start. It's just kind of get that fastball down. The sinker's important, yes, but I think where he throws his fastball and then mix in his slider also. The 2-strike pitch to Coco Crisp just caught way too much of the plate for a hitter with 2 strikes.
And you can't let that one pitch influence the rest of your night. You got to get back to pitching aggressively, and you set the tone for the ball game. So Thole had a little visit with Rogers. Jed Lowrie, the switch-hitting shortstop, batting third. Off-speed pitch missed outside. Lowrie was acquired by Oakland just before the start of spring training, and he has really turned out to be quite an addition to this ball club. He's 29 years old now. There's a long, deep drive, and you can forget about this one. Jed Lowrie hits a 3-run homer to start the ball game, and once again, the home run ball has plagued Ismael Rogers.
He gave up 4 of them to Tampa a few starts ago, and it's the early innings. 5 innings last time out against the Angels, where he gave up 7 runs, and then Oakland, he lost just in 4 1/3 innings against the Oakland A's, and it was a lot of runs early in that game. This time 3 runs early. This fastball is right down the middle. Jed Lowrie, you talked about the addition to him in the lineup. They put him number 3rd in the lineup, and he's raking.
Boy, just what Bob Melvin's ball club needed, an early lead. They were struggling to score runs, and Jed Lowrie hits his 9th homer. There's another drive to left. Cespedes has just gone back-to-back. Yoenis Cespedes, his 18th home run of the season, and just like that, Oakland has a 4-0 lead.
When the Blue Jays went to Oakland to start that road trip, it was Ismael Rogers who started, and the Oakland A's scored 4 runs in the first inning against them, and they never recovered, losing that game 9-4. Cespedes, that was the game where he tripled and knocked in a couple of runs in the first inning down the left field line. He doesn't waste any time here. He's going to hit a line drive basically to left field that clears the wall, just gets over in left field. Well, he knows that sound, and he knows that trajectory when that ball goes.
Oakland with back-to-back home runs. The first 4 batters reach against Ismael Rogers. Brandon Moss, the first baseman, with 17 homers. Moss has found a home here in Oakland. He hits this ball sharply, but right to the second baseman. That's the first out of the inning.
Much better location. That was the sinker, but it was down. And he knows it. First inning, you want to come out, you want to be aggressive, you want to throw quality pitches, get through the inning, 1, 2, 3, get your offense out on that field. It just hasn't happened. Now he's just going to have to start thinking about zeros. One pitch, one batter at a time.
This inning is the 5th time the A's have gone back-to-back. Jed Lowry with his 3-run home run, and then Yoenis Cespedes on the next pitch goes back-to-back. Josh Donaldson, the third baseman. He has been the most consistent player for Oakland all season long. The .294 average. That'll change the approach of it.
No diving into the ball right now. Well, that was just a fastball that was up and in. Not a bad idea. Move his feet just a little bit. You can see where Tolley wants it. And it just backs him off the plate a little bit.
Ball and a strike. Donaldson with a home run cut, trying to make up for that pitch up and in. Donaldson had the conversion from catcher to third baseman during spring training a year ago, and he had a tough time, not so much defensively but at the plate. Got sent back to AAA Sacramento. He came up at the end of the year and took over at third, and boy, he played great.
There was a great piece in the USA Today about him being the valuable player so far in the American League, just based on WAR, the wins against replacement, and he's the #1 guy in the American League.
He was ahead of Miguel Cabrera. His teammate Bartolo Colon was the leader last week. Breaking ball pulled outside of third. But Donaldson is a terrific teammate, and he made the move from behind the plate to third after Scott Sizemore got injured in spring training a year ago.
Just another shrewd move by Billy Beane, the general manager of the Oakland A's. They got him from the Chicago Cubs when he was an A-ball. Scouts had an eye that this guy's going to be a pretty good big leaguer someday.
Another high fastball he lays off. Oakland has scored 4 in the first. It's the 5th time in the last 13 games the Blue Jays have given up at least 3 runs in the first inning. Well, you dig yourself an early hole, it's tough to get out of. Cespedes with the line drive rocket over the wall in left. This is driven into center. Rasmus came in. Now he retreats just in front of the 400 sign in center. Donaldson's retired, 2 down. So that'll bring to the plate Josh Reddick, the right fielder. Reddick with 32 homers a year ago. This season 5. And everybody in Oakland scratching their head.
A little bit of a coming out party for him last year. Pitchers making adjustments to him, and you don't have to adjust to them. You don't want to outsmart them. I think sometimes that happens to young hitters. They have big seasons, and they figure they got to make some adjustments at the plate. But until that pitcher does something to you, just go out there and keep doing what you're doing. And your game is to hit it from gap to gap.
There's a good sinker off the end of the bat as Sturris awaits on it. The inning is over. But Oakland takes a commanding 4-0 lead on back-to-back home runs. Jed Lowry with 2 aboard goes over the wall in right. His 9th homer. It's 4-0 Oakland. home run and then a solo shot right behind that. So Oakland has taken a 4-0 lead. Now it's time for the Blue Jays lineup. Top of the order, Jose Reyes is riding a 6-game hit streak. He is 9 for 28 with a pair of home runs and 6 RBIs. Down in the cleanup spot, Edwin Encarnacion has been a terrific hitter over his last 14 games. 438 for that stretch with 4 homers and 15 RBIs. He's reached in 17 straight ball games, and they're going to need that consistency falling behind early.
23rd start of the season for Jared Parker for the Oakland Athletics. The A's are 11-11 in his starts this season. He won his last time out against Texas. That broke a streak of 6 straight no decisions for the young right-hander.
Jose Reyes takes his strike. Reyes had a terrific road trip. Guy that really got things going. He sparked the game against Felix Hernandez with a first pitch home run to lead that ball game.
Thought he drove the ball really well on the road trip. Hit a couple of balls hard in Anaheim. Didn't have much to show for it. Homer then in the last game there.
Pops this one up behind second base. Eric Sogard, the second baseman, just on the edge of the outfield, makes the catch, 1 down. Take a look at the defense for Oakland. They've committed 67 errors as a team. It's Cespedes, Crisp, and Reddick from left to right. They're a terrific outfield. Josh Donaldson and Jed Lowry on the left side. Eric Sogard and Brandon Moss on the right side. And Stephen Vogt is the catcher, making his 13th start of the season.
Here we talked about Josh Reddick in right field. He was a Gold Glover last year. Not hitting very well this year, but he's not taking it into the field. He's looked outstanding. 3 assists, 3 errors this year. He's played a great right field for Oakland.
Meiser Isturiz, the second baseman. You mentioned Reddick winning that Gold Glove. It was the first Oakland outfielder to win a Gold Glove since Dwayne Murphy in 1985. Of course, Murphy now is the first base coach for the Blue Jays. Won 6 straight playing center field for Oakland.
Couldn't get it by him. Him and Ricky Henderson in the outfield, they only needed 2 outfielders back then. They were good.
2 balls and a strike to Meiser Isturiz. Meiser had a tough road trip. He hit 129 in 9 games on the road trip, just 4 for 31. Last 17 games, he's hit just 115. Hits this one through the right side just to get things turned around. A 1-out single for Isturiz.
Let's take a look at the scouting report for Jared Parker, the young right-hander for the Oakland Athletics. He features a little bit of everything. Fastball 61% of the time. What sets him apart is his changeup. It is terrific. It's one of the best in baseball. Watch that tonight. He's got a curveball, cutter, and a slider. It comes right over the top. So his fastball tends to straighten out and stay up in the strike zone. He's going to have to get it down and I think establish that changeup early tonight.
Jose Bautista steps in with 1 out and 1 on. Jose hit 361 on the road trip. He had a home run and 4 RBIs. Ball just off the inside corner. Bautista for the season, his average is at 260. 25 homers and 68 RBIs. He pops this one up into center field. Coco Crisp comes in and makes the catch, 2 outs.
Blue Jays played in some of the tougher venues, if you will, in hitting home runs. Oakland, Anaheim, and Seattle. And now they come home. I get the feeling this team offensively is going to hit a lot of home runs this homestand. I just have a feeling playing in those big ballparks where it doesn't carry at all. Then you come here, you might see some hitting shoes by the Blue Jays.
Well, we saw them during BP, and everybody was having fun back here at Rogers Center. Edwin Encarnacion, he has fun wherever he hits. Home run cut, and he fouls it back. Edwin, over his last 14 games, as you mentioned, hitting .438. He's reached base in 17 straight games.
And that's with a wrist that had been bothering him just a little bit, where he couldn't play first base. Says it doesn't really hurt him to swing a bat.
Ball on the strike.
Teams have been very careful with Encarnacion. You notice that with the Los Angeles Angels. They never gave him anything to hit. Seattle wanted nothing to do with them when we were there, until Aaron Harang had to sit on the mound for a little bit waiting for the umpire to come back, and then threw him a BP fastball. Edwin homered for the 30th time.
Edwin and Adam Lind went back-to-back against Harang in the 3rd inning on Wednesday afternoon. Upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Lind on deck. His home run on Wednesday was his 14th. 3rd time the Blue Jays have gone back-to-back this season. Of course, the A's did it in the top of this inning. Well, there's that good changeup. He needs to get that into the mix early to be effective. That's his best pitch.
Yeah, it really is. And he throws it right out of that same arm slot as his fastball. It looks like a heater coming in, and he gets great movement down, and he throws it about 10 miles per hour less than his fastball.
2-2 in the dirt. Stephen Vogt had a couple of pass balls when the Blue Jays beat Oakland. He's had 3 pass balls for the season. This is his 13th start behind the plate. So it's a full count, 2 outs. Brandon Moss has backed up behind Mysore Astouris at first. Lind will hope to get to the plate. There's the batter running, and Sogard over to his left. Goes out Encarnacion. The inning is over. We'll go to the top of the 2nd. Oakland with an early 4-0 lead. Baseball Canada and Little League Canada. Kelowna, BC will be the site on August 22nd, 23rd, and 24th at Elks Stadium. The instructors include Roberto Alomar, Jesse Barfield, Lloyd Mosby, and Dwayne Ward. Visit bluejays.com/baseball academy for more information. The Toronto Blue Jays are proud supporters of amateur baseball across Canada. I'm going to sign up for that one. Kelowna, BC, are you kidding me? That'd be a perfect place to go to a Blue Jays Honda Super Camp.
My apologies to Kelowna, BC, but I'm figuring it's pretty nice out there. The way you're talking.
It is spectacular.
I don't know where it is. Sounds like it's going to be beautiful.
It is the Napa Valley of Canada. Gorgeous. Seth Smith, the 8-hitter in the A's lineup. He hits it hard down the right side. Another hard hit ball. It's up against the wall. Bautista plays it perfectly. They've got a shot. Sliding in safely is Seth Smith, as the ball was a bit late and offline. Smith with his 22nd double. And the A's are all over Esmil Rogers and everything he throws.
Right now they are gearing up for this fastball. Look where this pitch is. It's about belt high, right in the middle of the plate. It's not down, it's not inside, it's right down the middle. And the A's are going to continue to hit the ball hard. Smith with another double. The A's are up there in the American League in extra base hits.
There's the pitch, number 3, center cut right there, and that's what the problem has been for Rogers. Blue Jays in general have really had their troubles. The starters' ERA since their 11-game win streak, 5.67. It's the highest in the major leagues. They've also led the major leagues in home runs allowed. They've allowed 39 home runs since the end of that 11-game win streak.
It's pretty easy to understand why they're not winning many ball games. They're just not getting the starting pitching you need to win.
Stephen Vogt, catcher, takes a ball down in the dirt. Josh Johnson on his last start, he threw the ball very well. You talk about location. The difference in his start was the fact he was down in the zone. He was good. Went 5 innings, threw shutout ball for 5 innings, and picked up his second win of the season.
Just make an adjustment here or there. He was able to stay on top of the ball just a little bit more. Threw the ball like he did in spring training. Yeah. Down.
He was good. Hopefully that'll be the start of a strong finish for Josh Johnson. Jay Happ made his return to the ball club starting on Wednesday afternoon and couldn't get out of the 4th inning. Stephen Vogt will take ball 4. That's the second walk issued by Esmil Rogers. So the first 2 reach here in the second. Here comes Pete Walker out of the Blue Jays dugout. Fans, if you want your baseball questions answered by our team of experts, email asktheexperts@sportsnet.ca. Keep your eye out for the home hardware Ask the Experts segment later on in the game.
You know, there's nothing wrong with Esmil Rogers' stuff. It's just where he's throwing it right now. There's just too many base runners over his last few starts, especially base hits. He's given up a ton of base hits over his last 3 starts.
Last 3 starts, he's given up 10 hits in each of those 3 starts over a span of 16 1/3, 30 hits. And you're right, it's location more than anything.
There's nothing wrong with his stuff. His stuff is, you know, major league. 95 with his fastball. He's got a good breaking ball, but right now he just can't throw it where he needs to throw it.
There's strike 1 to Coco Crisp. Crisp got it started in the 1st inning. He singled to right. Rogers jumped ahead of him 0-2. But then Crisp started off the inning with a single. 1-1. We mentioned Rogers got off to a good start in his first 6 starts in the rotation. He was very effective. But I think it was a matter of making quality pitches and just hitting his spots a little more consistently.
He didn't fall behind like he's been falling behind over his last few starts. It was almost like he came in and said, okay, I got so many pitches. Let me see how far this can take me. And as he built up his arm strength from 50, 60, 70, 90 pitches, he was just going out there being very economical. Since that phase has passed, he hasn't been able to throw strikes consistently.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Called the balk on Rogers. He didn't stop, and Tim McClellan called it immediately. Home plate umpire. And the runners will move up 90 feet.
Yeah.
You can see John Gibbons telling the infield, with nobody out, we got to stay back. Watch Rogers here. It was not a definitive stop, and McClellan called it immediately.
You know, he was getting close with those runners on in the first inning, and then the runners on here. He's getting close. That time, pretty obvious he didn't stop.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Base hit to right field. Seth Smith is coming into home. He'll score. Crisp with his second hit of the night. It's 5-0 Oakland. Crisp picks up his 40th RBI of the season. Vogt moves to third base.
Back at it again here in the second inning. No stopping. The A's right now, they are jumping all over Esmil Rogers. John Gibbons is checking his scorecard to say, okay, how can I put this together? We had the off day yesterday. We're coming off 20 straight games where the pitching staff really got a lot of work. So they need the starters to go a little bit deeper.
A 10-game road trip. A lot of the relievers worked a lot. Aaron Loup had 4 appearances on the road trip. Darren Oliver appeared in 3 games. Loup pitched a total of 5 innings over his 4 outings. Eric Sogard, the second baseman. Crisp faked the break at first base and stays put for the time being. Looked like a high changeup that Sogard chased upstairs. Ball and a strike. Oakland has scored a run here in the top of the second. Take a 5-0 lead.
Esmil's going to have to figure out how to get that ball down. Looks like he's getting on the side of the ball, and it's just not sinking the way he needs to.
He's getting very close to balking again. Obviously preoccupied with the thought of throwing strikes. He's got to make a definite stop before he unloads.
Tim McClellan was watching him on that last one. He was very quick.
There goes Crisp. The ball is hit into the air to the right. Bautista coming in. They've got a chance to level up Crisp. They do. And the run comes in to score. They get the double play. Crisp was decoyed at second by Reyes. He was all the way at the bag when Bautista caught the ball. But tagging and scoring from third is Stephen Vogt. Oakland has a 6-0 lead. Bautista with the catch and strong throw.
Where do you want to throw? Do you want to get the double play at first, or you want to try and get the guy at home? Vogt takes off. The throw goes into second base. There's the double play. But they trade a couple of outs for a run as Vogt scores. So is that a sacrifice fly, or is that a double play?
It's a double play. So I'm of the mind that it's not an RBI and not a sacrifice fly. He scores on the double play just like you would in an infield ground ball double play. Jed Lowry pops it into the seats down the right side. Lowry hit a 3-run home run in the first inning. Boy, Oakland doesn't look like a team that's been struggling to score runs. They've hit the ball hard first time through the order.
A lot of pitches that were right there for them. They haven't made them move off the plate. They haven't jammed them. They haven't pitched to the outer parts of the plate. Esmil has just missed his spots, and that's what we said. He's got to get through that first inning.
The only one that was moved off the plate was Josh Donaldson, and he flied out to center field. They threw a fastball up and in and knocked him down. The ball hit hard. This one is going to split the outfielders and go to the wall. Jed Lowrie is around first. He's headed for second. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of extra base hits, a home run, and a double. You'd like to be able to let Rogers sort things out on the mound. But what has happened now is that the Oakland A's have scored 6 runs on 6 hits.
Well, we've talked about where these pitches are. This one is right down the middle, right where Jed Lowrie could reach for it. Then the next one right down the middle once again. Cespedes doesn't have to do much to move for that. Here, this one is right down the middle. He's just got to get the ball down. He's got to stay on top of it just a little bit more to try and drive it to the lower parts of the strike zone.
Neil Wagner has started to loosen up for the Blue Jays in the bullpen.
He's trying to throw more change-ups and off-speed pitches to get the timing. Get them off his fastball just a little bit more, but he's been unsuccessful with that too.
Cespedes pops it up. It's playable down the right side. Encarnacion makes the catch with his back to the infield. The inning is over, but Oakland has added 2 more runs. They take a 6-0 lead. When we come back, it'll be Adam Lind, followed by the center fielder Colby Erasmus and Brett Lawrie, who had a great road trip out west.
Blue Jays on Sportsnet, brought to you by the 2013 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 15 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Back here at Rogers Center, Oakland has a early 6-0 lead. There's a first pitch strike from Jared Parker to Adam Lind. It made Lind, Rasmus, and Brett Lawrie.
I think the one thing that the Blue Jays can't do right now is just try and get it all back with one swing. Try to mount something. Same way that the Oakland A's built this lead with successive hits.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just stay with your good approach. And the club hit very well in clutch situations. Obviously, they haven't had a base runner in scoring position yet tonight. But what they did as a team is they went with the pitch. They got a lot of singles. They had 21 hits with runners in scoring position on the road trip, just 3 extra base hits. Good changeup, and Lind strikes out to start the inning.
And that started in Oakland when they came back to win that game in 10 innings. The last day in Oakland, they used their ability to hit the ball the other way. And they got hits in the clutch situations as you see the pitcher and catcher going over what they want to do.
Yeah, Josh Thole obviously trying to get Rogers back on the right track. Encouragement for his pitcher. 1 out. Colby Rasmus, the batter. Or so much of a catcher's responsibility has to do with the head. Keeping the pitcher in a good frame of mind no matter what the situation is. Colby Rasmus takes one inside. Rasmus on the road trip hit an even 300. And Tapper right foul at home plate. Jared Parker's in an enviable position here with a 6-0 lead. He can pound the strike zone, and he misses upstairs. We mentioned he hasn't lost in his last 12 starts. I'll tell you one thing, he doesn't give up many hits. When you look at his record for the season, he just doesn't give up many hits. Last time out, he won against the Texas Rangers. He beat them 4-2. And he gave up 6 hits in 6 innings. That snapped a streak of 11 straight starts, allowing 5 or less.
April was the only month where he had more hits than innings pitched, but every other month he has done it. And I think that's an important stat too. When pitchers, if they have fewer hits than innings pitched, it means that they're having a lot of 1, 2, 3 innings.
Well, Parker walks Rasmus with 1 out. That'll get Brett Lawrie to the plate. Brett had a great road trip. He was 15 for 36, a .417 average on the road trip. He's got a 10-game hit streak alive. Little looper into center field. Long run for Coco Crisp. He's not going to get there. It bounces past him. Rasmus is going to be waved around third. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. Luis Rivera did a good job of sizing up the situation, and Colby Rasmus, as he always does, gave Rivera 100% as he was headed into third.
He runs hard and he runs with his head up. Coco Crisp going to try and catch this ball off the bat of Brett Lawrie. Just a blooper into center field. Rasmus get out there like he is. Look how he's getting out there and reading it, and now he can score. When the ball gets by him, Rivera says, let's go. Let's go. There's not even going to be a throw. Brett Lawrie wasn't sure if he was going to be center or not. He stops at second base with the extra base hit.
Blue Jays are on the board. Josh Thole bends back from a heater. So Lawrie extends his hit streak to 11 games.
He is hoping that this ball gets down. Once he sees it by him, he knows he's got second base. He's got to find out where Rasmus is. And he wasn't sure if he was going to be held up or sent, so he stops at second.
Josh Thole fouls it out of play. It's a ball and a strike. Josh had a 2-run double on Wednesday afternoon in his first at bat, part of that 5-run second inning. That erased an early deficit. Seattle had taken a 2-0 lead in the first, and the Jays stormed right back and took a commanding 5-2 lead, which stretched it out to 7-2, only to see it evaporate with a 6-run 5th inning. One to Thole. Driven into center. Coco Crisp retreats. Lawrie tags at second. He'll advance. He moves up on the fly ball to center, but now there are 2 outs.
You know, I was watching Brett Laurie on this. This is a long fly ball. He does everything right. He gets back to the bag, reads it. It's going to be caught, and then about halfway slows down right there. If that ball is mishandled by the shortstop out there on the bounce throw from Crisp, he might be able to score, but he just said, I'm just going to go 90 feet, and that's it.
Yeah, you just never know, and every time you assume something on the field, it's going to hurt you. There's going to be a play where they'll bobble that ball, and you won't be able to score.
You just talked about Colby Rasmus giving 100% on everything. That's where you got to go and say, I'm going to think about scoring, because Coco Crisp doesn't have the greatest arm in the world. He actually bounced that throw into the shortstop. If he mishandles that and drops it, if you run hard, you might be able to score.
Yeah, anything you can do early in the game to get yourself an extra run gets you right back into the ball game. Ball and a strike to the number 9 hitter, Emilio Bonifacio. 2 outs. Bouncing ball up the middle. That's through for a base hit. Laurie comes in to score. Bonifacio, an RBI single. It comes with 2 outs, and this is what the Blue Jays did so well on the road trip. They got big 2-out hits.
Well, their 2-strike approach was much better. They cut their swings down. They slowed the game down just a little bit. And that's all Bonifacio does right there. 2-strike approach, just beat it in the ground and give yourself a chance. He is much better hitting ground balls and line drives than trying to lift the ball. That time gets it on the ground, gets himself an RBI.
Bonifacio with a big lead. Leadoff man Jose Reyes popped out to the second baseman, his first time up. 6-2 looks a little better than 6-0.
Get those 2 runs right back that you gave up in the top of the inning.
Parker's pretty effective at controlling the running game. They've got 25% of the base stealers. That's just below the league average. His catcher, Stephen Vogt, has caught 3 of 7 base stealers,
which is pretty good.
Yeah, 43%. Making just his 13th start of the season behind the plate. There goes Bonifacio. Reyes takes it. Vogt's throw is in the dirt. And now they're arguing that he lost contact with the bag. Jed Lowrie had to take the short hop throw. Bonifacio slid under his tag, but then Lowrie stayed with Bonifacio.
We've seen this a lot from the Blue Jays. Straight steal. He goes in, slides over the bag, and here's the argument. And Lowrie is right.
Yep, absolutely right. He lost contact with the bag, and Lowrie stayed right with him. He knew he had a lot of momentum, and he just kept his glove on his foot, and he was off the base. The Blue Jays got a break.
You don't usually see a player like Jed Lowrie argue like that unless he's right, and he was right. So now the Blue Jays have to take advantage of it.
All the way back to the backstop, and Parker just threw it right past Stephen Vogt. Remember, Vogt had 2 pass balls in the game against the Blue Jays. He's got 3 on the season, and he is set up outside, and that ball is all the way across the plate inside. He never got leather on that baseball. Reyes, line drive down the right field line. It's a fair ball. It hits the wall, and Reyes will coast into second. And just like that, it's a brand new ball game. 6-3 Oakland, a 3-run inning.
Looked like he tried to throw that changeup. He got a strikeout with it. or excuse me, got a pop-up with it to Reyes last time. That time up over the zone. Way in the middle of the plate. That ball's ripped into the corner.
You see, both Reyes and Reddick thought that ball was ruled out of play, but the umpire, Wally Bell, held his hands out, indicating it's still in play. Reyes kind of coasted around second, thinking that it had been ruled dead, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it looked like Reddick had given up on it also. One more time down the right field line. Watch where the ball hits off the wall, and you see Reddick just slowly go after it. Checks the umpire, and Wally Bell says, no, that ball's in play.
Meister Asturias had a single his first time up. There's a strike right on the inside corner. Ball and a strike. Well, the Blue Jays showing some fight here early. They fell behind 6-0. And the one-out walk to Colby Erasmus started everything, and there's some leadership right there, man. Mark Buehrle over to chat with Rogers. And Rogers just looking for some advice. Hey, you see anything I'm doing?
And Esme will do that. Yeah, he'll go up to the veterans and talk to them. Ask them what they see. And you can see Buehrle talking about his glove angle out of the stretch.
Tim McClellan said Asturias went around a tag out, and he is out. The inning is over, but the Blue Jays scored 3 on 3 hits and a walk. Reyes with an RBI single. Rogers back in the ball game. Of the Jack Donahue International Classic. It's a tune-up for World Qualification. Canada and Jamaica at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Tomorrow on Sportsnet 360. Great basketball action. The Jack Donahue International Classic. So Ismael Rogers, after a chat with Mark Buehrle on the bench, back out now. It's a 6-3 ball game. See if he can't put up a 0. That's a big inning for him. Brandon Moss, the first baseman, grounded out to second his first time up. He gets jammed on an inside pitch, and Rogers is ahead of 1-2.
Yeah, I think he crossed up his catcher, Josh Thole. Did you see Thole duck out of the way? Looked like Josh was expecting a breaking ball, and he got a fastball. Watch Josh, the catcher.
Breaking ball right in the middle of the plate. It's fouled out of play. It's hard to fathom that Pitchers and catchers at this point of the season would be getting crossed up. Rogers is making his 13th start. Oh, 0-2. He missed his spot, but he got the comeback. One down.
The 2013 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 15 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
So Rogers and Thole trying to throw up a 0 here in the 3rd inning. Josh Donaldson, the 3rd baseman, takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Donaldson got knocked down by Rogers' fastball in his first at bat. Then he would fly out to center. Another pitch in a similar spot.
That time it looked like he was kind of half expecting it. Didn't dive into that pitch. Kind of had it in the back of his mind that he was going to come up and in again. He swung hard after the pitch that was up and in.
Made a pitch inside, but missed well off the plate. Now, if you're Josh Donaldson right here, you got to think they're going to throw you a breaking ball. 2 fastballs inside, and that's what you want to stay away from, is any sort of pattern. There's a breaking ball, and he popped it into left. He was looking for that breaking ball and was just out in front of it.
That's the pattern that you were talking about. As a hitter, a couple of fastballs in, you know what the next pitch is. Breaking ball away. Esmil Rogers threw him a good pitch. It was down and away, and he had him messed up.
Josh Reddick grounded out to end the 1st inning. High and deep to right. Bautista looks up. He'll watch this one sail into the seats. Home run number 6 for Josh Reddick. It comes with 2 outs here in the 3rd.
In this ballpark, you really have to make your pitches, and you've got to get the ball down. The ball just flies out of here. 3rd home run tonight by the Oakland A's, and they play in a mausoleum out at Oakland. Fly balls just die out there. Here, they're gone, and Josh Reddick knew it. Looked like a changeup that was up. Smokes it off the 2nd deck in right field.
This ball club had really been in a run-scoring drought. And tonight they've got their hitting shoes on. 7 runs on 7 hits. Wagner is back up in the Blue Jays bullpen. He just got up after Reddick hit that home run. It's the 8th 3-homer game for the A's this season. They've also hit 4 in a game 3 different times. And they've got some pop. Seth Smith hit a ringing double into the right field corner his first time up. Josh Reddick and Jed Lowry on the bench have both homered here tonight. On the ground. Esteuris to Encarnacion. The inning is over. Oakland gets one back. They have expanded their lead to 4 runs. When we come back, it'll be the middle of the order. Jose Bautista, then Edwin Encarnacion and Adam Lind. Blue Jays trail by 4. back at Rogers Center, it appears as though it's going to be a night for the hitters. 10 runs on 11 hits already and 3 home runs in the ball game so far. Jarrod Parker back out as he has been staked to a comfortable lead early in this ball game. Blue Jays scored 3 runs on 3 hits in the bottom of the second. Bautista to start things off. Takes a breaking ball strike. Changeup missed downstairs. Bautista with 25 home runs. He is just continuing to hit home runs with consistency. And he drills this ball to left field. Cespedes can't make a play on it. It's over his head. He tried to barehand it and couldn't make a play, so Bautista starts things off with a rocket double off the wall in left.
With the Blue Jays down by a couple of runs, who better than to have your best hitters come up to lead off the 3rd inning? Jose gets it started. Can't hit a ball any harder than this. Fall behind fastball, Lina to left field. Cespedes has no chance. Now he gets out there, and once the ball is kicked around just a little, but I wouldn't say kicked around. He tried to make a play with the bare hand, knowing that Jose was going to go to second. Just can't come up with it. It's an extra base hit for Jose. Boy, Blue Jays come home and the ball's flying again.
Yeah, you picked up on that during batting practice after seeing Oakland, Angel Stadium, and Safeco Field. 3 pitchers ballparks.
Pitchers ballparks. This looks like a Little League field tonight from where we came from.
Edwin Encarnacion. Woo, what a swing that was. Center cut fastball. He fouled it straight back.
He knows he should have hit that one. That was a mistake pitch.
We mentioned the Blue Jays batting with runners in scoring position on the road hit .259 as a team. They did a great job of taking what pitchers gave them in those situations. They had 21 hits with runners in scoring position. Only 3 extra base hits. They were all doubles.
Didn't try and do too much. Everybody trying to be the hero. Just get your base hit any way you can.
This is popped up near the pitcher's mound. Brandon Moss, the first baseman, calls for it. First out of the inning. So Encarnacion is retired. That's 1 down. Adam Lind will step in. Lind struck out his first time up. Lind is currently tied with Ernie Whitt for 8th on the all-time home run list with 130 career home runs. Goes after that high changeup and pops it into the seats. About 3 rows back. Lind's average at .281. He's just 0 for 4 in his head-to-head matchups against Jarrod Parker. Parker making just his 2nd start against the Blue Jays. Parker and Ricky Romero hooked up last May, and Parker went 7 innings, allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, and left in a 2-2 tie. Oakland would go on to win that ball game later on.
He's a lot like a lot of the young Oakland A pitchers. They throw a lot of strikes. They use their changeup. They'll give up their share of home runs too.
I don't mind the home run so much, and obviously pitching in their home ballpark, the O.Co Coliseum, is a pitcher-friendly ballpark, so you get comfortable being aggressive. And they're going to give up some home runs because they throw a lot of strikes.
Yep. A.J. Griffin's like that. I thought he pitched to the scoreboard when we faced him.
Pulled on the right side. Moss will underhand, throws high to Parker, and Parker does a good job. Moss held on to that ball a little bit longer than he wanted to. Fans, it's time now for our BlackBerry Sneak Peek Stat of the Game, brought to you by the new BlackBerry Z10 and Q10, built to keep you moving.
Tonight's BlackBerry has to do with Colby Rasmus and his on base plus his slugging average year by year for the month of August. In the last couple of years, it has been down. Last year, he admits he got tired in August, did a lot of practice, a lot of work, and it went down. At 597 here in 2013, I only think that's going to go up.
Goes after that first pitch and pops it over the screen, out of play.
We've only played about 7 or 8 games here in the month of August, and it's at right around 600. I think he's going to be up more around his career number.
Well, 275 average is very respectable, but I kind of expect he's going to improve upon that in the second half. He's very conscientious about not falling into that slide he had last year. Oh, 1-1 to Rasmus.
So you're saying he's better equipped this year?
I think so. I think he's
smarter.
Learned a lot. I think he and Chad Mottola have really hit it off. And Mottola has him in a pretty good spot now.
You know, he knows that if you're struggling a little bit, more is not necessarily better. Meaning more BP, more practice. If you don't know how to hit by now, I don't think you're going to change things drastically. Now you can work a lot smarter, and I think that's what he's doing. He's working smarter.
Try to accomplish more in less time. Bautista at third. Strike 3 call. Parker caught the inside corner. Rasmus strikes out to end the inning. Blue Jays get a leadoff double and can't do a thing with it. New pitcher into the ball game will be the right-hander Neil Wagner when we come back. Presented by Boston Pizza. Tomorrow, August 10th, the Blue Jays will take on the Oakland Athletics. The game starts at 1:07 p.m. There are special kids prize tickets in the 200 and 500 level outfield seats. After the game, kids 14 and under can run the bases just like the pros. It's always a popular day for Blue Jay fans, so make sure you call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 to order your tickets, or you can log on to BlueJays.com, or always stop by most Rogers Plus locations and pick up your tickets for Junior Jays Saturday tomorrow. New pitcher is Neil Wagner into the game to face Stephen Vogt. He delivers a first pitch fastball strike.
There are the numbers for Neil Wagner. He's done really well in his 22 games for the Blue Jays. Going to need multiple innings out of him once again. Last time we saw Neil, he had multiple innings.
Wagner on the road trip pitched in 2 ball games. 2 balls and a strike. Stephen Vogt, the catcher. He lines it into left field. Little sinking liner for a base hit. Man on, nobody out.
This hockey season, your better starts at Sport Check, featuring our exclusive line of Sidney Crosby's SC87 hockey gear by Reebok. Sport Check, your better starts here.
Oakland getting their first look at Neil Wagner. Coco Crisp is 2 for 2 so far. Oakland leading 7-3. They've collected 8 hits already. Vogt not a threat to run at first. Down for ball 2.
Wagner facing some of these guys who were ex-teammates of his. He actually played in the Oakland organization for a little bit. Got into 6 games with them just a couple of years ago. Got a good fastball. 95. We've seen him hit 98 with a little split.
This is popped up a mile high. Historis, the second baseman, over near and Connoisseur makes the catch. Crisp is retired for the first time tonight. And Neil Wagner was originally drafted and signed by the Cleveland Indians, and then he was traded to Oakland in May of 2010. He got to the big leagues for just 6 games with Oakland in 2011.
And his major league debut was against the Cleveland Indians. Doesn't that work out nicely? Team that trades you, you get to face them in the big leagues for the first time.
Eric Sogard walked in the first inning. We have to do some bookkeeping here. Sogard hit into a 9-3 double play in the second inning. It was ruled a sacrifice fly. He is credited with an RBI. Initially, we suggested that wasn't the case, but indeed he gets a sac fly RBI even though he hit into the 9-3 double play. But as we always mention, every time you come to the ballpark, you got a chance to see something you haven't seen before. And I don't remember seeing a play like that. And I've seen a couple ball games.
Yeah, together, the 3 of us up here have seen a lot of ball games, but in unison, we said we've never seen that before. We didn't know how to score it.
Sogard hits it into center. Rasmus is right there to make the catch. 2 down.
First and third, nobody out. Fly ball, double play at first base. Do you get a sacrifice fly or do you get a double play?
Now we know.
Now we know.
Sogard's retired. Jed Lowry has already homered and doubled this evening. Lowry a year ago hit 16 home runs for the Astros. They mentioned he was acquired by Oakland on the 4th of February before spring training. That 16 home run total for an Astros shortstop was the second highest home run total for a shortstop for Houston. Dickie Thon in 1983 hit 20 home runs for the Astros.
Well, don't be surprised. I mean, he's not a real big guy, but he can juice a baseball like this one right here. Goes down and gets this fastball from Esmil Rogers. Hits it into the first deck in right field. He's got some power, and he's a switch hitter. He's got power from both sides.
Wagner walks him with 2 outs. So Stephen Vogt will go to second. Lowry will reach base for the 3rd time. Yoenis Cespedes homered in the 1st inning on the first pitch. It was back-to-back homers for Oakland in the 1st inning.
This is the guy that I think you should fear in their lineup if he gets hot. He's the type of hitter that can carry a lineup with his power. He and Josh Reddick, the guys who can really knock it out of the ballpark.
Little looper off the end of the bat. Rasmus coming in quickly, and Cespedes retired. The A's leave a pair. They'll go to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 7-3 Oakland lead. In the bottom of the 4th inning, and he's coming off a great road trip. He singled to extend his hitting streak to 11 games, but on the road trip, everything came together for him at the plate.
I think he's using the middle of the field just a little bit more. He's taking his hits to right field. I think he's learning that, you know, there's a lot of hits up the middle or the other way, and he's slowing the game down just a little bit more. He's making adjustments, and he's also calling on some of the veterans to help him get through this.
He's done a good job of working with Chad Mottola, but you mentioned he's also reached out to Edwin Encarnacion. What were some of the things that Lowry and Encarnacion worked on?
Well, they talked about watching what the pitchers do on film in certain situations. A runner on first base, what's he going to throw you? If there's a couple of runners on, what is he going to throw you? So you have a game plan when you get to the mound. Is he going to use his fastball with 2 strikes with runners on base? Does he like to use his changeup? These are the things that they study. So Edwin was trying to teach him those types of things.
He's out on that front foot and pops it into left field. Cespedes waits on it. Lowry's retired. But that's a step in the right direction. I don't care who you are. You can always learn something from a veteran like Edwin. And Edwin Encarnacion is a very smart hitter and a good student. of the video room where he can really put together a game plan.
Well, he learned from Albert Pujols and Aramis Ramirez, two veterans who took him under their wing and taught him how to watch video and what to look for. And now he's going to pass this knowledge on to some of the other younger hitters on this team. And it's no coincidence that he hit so well with 2 strikes. You know, you see Edwin swinging out of, you know, with nobody on, he's swinging out of his shoes to try and hit a home run. Then he gets to 2 strikes and he makes solid contact. That's still having a plan at the plate. Something that he has learned.
Catcher Josh Thole. We mentioned Thole is starting for the 4th straight game. J.P. Arencibi was penciled into the starting lineup on Wednesday afternoon in Seattle. He went down to block a pitch while warming up Jay Happ and had some problems with his knee. I spoke to JP about that. He said it's been bothering him for about a month and a half, but he felt that something popped in his knee when he blocked that pitch, and he decided he'd be better off not starting that game. He expects to play tomorrow in the day game. Thole hits it on the ground. Big hop for Sogard at second. 2 down. But the risk you run with Arencibi playing in that game tomorrow, if he magnifies the injury to that knee, then you have to DL him. Then you can only DL him 15 days from Saturday, tomorrow.
He's already missed 4. This would be his 5th day. 4th game, 5th day that he has tried to have that thing simmer down just a little bit. So you have to make that decision.
If you were to backdate it and go to his last date, it would basically become a 10-day disabled list stint. But they feel like he's going to be okay and that he can catch and continue to play. Emilio Bonifacio had a 2-strike RBI single in the second. Then he picked up a stolen base, his 12th of the season. Ball on the strike. Look at him. Boy, he did a good job of avoiding that pitch, and he turned his back to the ball.
Yeah, spin out of the way. That's what you have to do. They wanted high fastball. Watch where the catcher is. This one gets away from him, and he just lifts up that elbow enough to avoid that part of his body getting hit by that pitch.
Stays alive, gets a piece of it. That ball nearly bounced on home plate, and he was able to foul it off.
It sounded like it did, didn't it? Like that changeup might have hit off the plate, and he swung and fouled it off. Parker's got a great changeup, one of the lowest batting averages against the changeup in the American League. He's also got a very high chase rate, where batters will swing at that changeup out of the strike zone.
And there's that strikeout. Bonifacio strikes out. That's 3 strikeouts for Parker. We move to the 5th inning. Oakland with a 7-3 lead. Now time for Blue Jays Central Update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry broadcast studio. comfy green chairs and a TD Comfort Zone. Our guests enjoying an in-stadium seat upgrade. Congratulations. Hope you're enjoying the ball game. And over in the Jays Care Community Clubhouse, we welcome Rock, the Reach Out Center for Kids. Brandon Moss, the number 5 hitter in the A's lineup. He's gone 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts. Going to make it 3 groundouts in a row. He grounds out to second for the second time tonight. He's 0 for 3.
Wagner trying to stabilize this game here for the Blue Jays. Give him a chance to come back in this one. Clean inning last inning. Good start here in the 5th. The longest that he has gone in a big league game is just 2 innings. So I'm sure we'll see him just finish off the 5th inning and then back to the bullpen. The risk that you have as a manager is burning one guy out too long in these games when the starter doesn't go long enough.
Well, it's just been so unpredictable what you're going to get from your starting pitcher. And I think that's the one thing why the Blue Jays have been consistent, having 8, even 9 relievers.
And they've needed them. There was a time there where the starters were not giving them the innings that they needed.
That bullpen has been a real strength of this ball club all year long, and Sergio Santos is back with the team now. Laurie dives to his left, quickly to his feet. What a play. Boy, he can pick it at third. There's no question about that.
He's so quick at third base when he comes out of his stance. He's got great lateral movement with that quickness as a third baseman, and he just reacts. Watch him on this hard hit ball by Donaldson. Take a hit away from him, dives to his left, and comes up accurately right in the chest to Encarnacion for the out.
Yeah, he finished that play with conviction. 2 outs. Josh Reddick hit a 2-out home run back in the 3rd. He's late on that fastball.
Boy, this is some kind of pretty right here. Full out. Concentration. That's just an athletic play. Then you get up, he springs up, gets his feet set underneath him. You see that wide base with his legs. That'll help him to keep that ball on line.
He has all the attributes you want from a third baseman. There you see the follow through, gets on top, and he threw a strike to Edwin Encarnacion. 0-2. Deep to left field. Bonifacio drifting back, and this ball is gone. Josh Reddick with his 2nd home run of the night. His 7th homer, and Oakland back to a 5-run lead.
You know, I imagine if you play in the Oakland Coliseum where balls, especially at nighttime, go to die in the outfield, when you come to this ballpark here, you got to be so overjoyed. This is a fly ball in Oakland. Here, it's home run number 7. Driven the other way, fastball down and away, he just gets underneath it, and the ball just keeps carrying. Bonifacio runs out of room.
Seth Smith takes one away. Reddick, we mentioned his 32 home run season a year ago. Gonna be pleased with a 2-homer night tonight. Numbers 6 and 7. To give you an idea what this A's team does on the road, this is their 59th road game. They've now hit 70 home runs on the road, compared to 46 home runs at home in just 55 games.
You got to go to your manager and just beg him to put you in the lineup when you get away from Oakland Coliseum. Chance to pad some stats.
Well, and two, like you saw with Reddick, hitting in this ballpark especially, you don't have to pull it to hit it out. You get into the Oakland Coliseum, especially at night, you got to really put a charge in it to hit it out, and chances are it's going to be from center to the right field corner for Reddick.
Down the lines at Oakland, you can go deep.
2-2 to Seth Smith, the A's DH. Smith is now 30 years old. Spent his first 8 seasons in the big leagues in the Colorado Rockies organization. Last year he hit .240 for Oakland with 14 homers and 52 RBIs. He was a terrific pinch hitter for the Rockies in 2009. He hit .472 off the bench. That's a fair ball all the way down the right field line. Bautista plays it perfectly. He's got a shot at Smith. A one-hop throw, not in time. What a throw by Bautista. And he played it perfectly. Seth Smith, running with 2 outs, was out of the box in a hurry. Jordan Baker, the second base umpire, got a good look at it as he continued to move and got a good position to make the call.
Here's the throw, one hop right to the fielder, and you can tell he's safe. He's in there. The foot is on the bag, but Bautista did a good job. You see him set himself, spin, and throw a strike to second base. An aggressive slide by Smith, who is thinking 2 right out of the box. He's in scoring position. Sorry.
Second double of the night. Bautista did everything he could do. Played it perfectly off the wall and threw a strike to second. Stephen Vogt pulls it foul.
Umpire, watch him. He's got to clear a space to find that tag, and he keeps moving. His head's down. Foot is on the bag before he's tagged.
Inside. You remember hitting a ball like that and running to first, and the coach saying, you got to make them throw you out when you've got 2 outs. Hit a ball down either line, you're going to force the outfield to throw you out.
It's a good gamble. It's a good gamble to get in the scoring position. Try and take advantage of it then.
Stephen Vogt, the catcher, has walked and scored. He's singled and was left on base. One and 2. There's a base hit down the right side. That gets down, and Vogt, he's going to second. Bautista dropped the ball. He didn't have a shot at Vogt. Smith comes in to score. It's a 9-3 Oakland lead.
The 2013 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 15 years in a row. Honda, the official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Beautiful summer evening in the red sky above Rogers Center. 25 degrees at the start of this ball game. It's cooled off. Nice breeze in the ballpark. Top of the order, Coco Crisp tried to check, and he didn't. He went around, according to the third base umpire, Marty Foster. Crisp is 2 for 3 so far. He has scored a run and driven in one. 0-2. Oakland had that great comeback a year ago. They won 94 games. They were the first Major League team to come back and win a division by trailing 5 or more games. There's another base hit. Coco Crisp has singled into right. Vogt's going to be stopped at third base. Bautista has been busy in right. He holds Vogt at third for the time being. Third hit of the night for Coco Crisp.
Yeah, another 2-strike hit. That's another one this inning. So that's going to bring Pete Walker out of the dugout to talk to his pitcher. 2 strikes, that's way too much of the plate. Fastball belt high over the middle of the plate, and Crisp with a good approach comes up with the base hit. Neil Wagner just can't finish off these hitters now to finish off this inning.
Wagner has thrown 42 pitches already, so Juan Perez has to begin throwing. And anytime your starter leaves early, as Rogers did tonight, you're going to really test the depth of your bullpen. Esmil Rogers, the starter, making his 13th start of the season, goes 3 innings. He's charged with 7 earned runs on 7 hits. He walked a pair and didn't have a strikeout. He threw 64 pitches in the game. Second baseman Eric Sogard. He takes a strike. We'd mentioned the A's coming back. They were trailing by 5 games with fewer than 10 to go. They became the first team in Major League history to win a division trailing by 5 or more games with fewer than 10 games remaining on the schedule. And we told you that when the Blue Jays beat them on the 29th of July, the Athletics had a 6-game lead. Now it's down to an even race with the Texas Rangers. On the ground, Reyes waits. He'll have to go across the diamond to first base. The inning is over, but Oakland added 2 more here in the 4th. They've taken a 9-3 lead. His first start in AAA Buffalo, and he went 3 2/3. He's charged with 6 earned runs on 6 hits. Didn't walk about it, struck out just 1. And he threw 71 pitches, 40 for strikes for Hutchison. That's his 5th start of the season. He went from Dunedin, where he made 2 starts, to AA New Hampshire, where he made 2 starts. And you can see now Hutchison for the season is just trying to build up strength, and it's his first outing in AAA. Top of the order for the Blue Jays, and Jose Reyes takes ball 1.
You know, those type of outings, you know, they're hard to read when you just look at the raw numbers. You have to be at the ballpark to get a feel for what was his breaking ball like, or what was his changeup like, what were the hits like. So until we hear, you know, what a scouting report is, not a lot to read into those numbers. But just looking at it on the surface, it wasn't very good.
No. The only thing that was good coming out of it was the fact he threw 71 pitches. So now, you know, his stamina is getting up there. And you would imagine that we'll probably see Drew Hutchison and maybe Kyle Drabek in September at some point. And I think it's important for their psyche to finish up in the big leagues and get an appearance or so they can shut it down at the end of the season, having known that they made it all the way back to the big leagues after their Tommy John surgery.
Not necessarily a start, but an appearance. Maybe you come out of the bullpen tonight.
Yeah.
If this happens in September, they'd be the perfect guy.
Yeah, and what you do then, you can control their outing. You can pull them out anytime you want to. But I think it's important for them to be around the ball club at the end of the season.
And Drew, there's another good changeup. Drew Hutchison's a type of pitcher who's a touch and feel type of pitcher. Good breaking ball and a good changeup. From what I understand, that's the last thing that comes for a touch and feel type of pitcher is the good command. Tonight, he must not have had it.
Another good changeup from Jared Parker. That's the 4th strikeout for Parker tonight. First down at the bottom of the 5th. Meister Asturias is 1 for 2. But it'll be interesting keeping track of Kyle Drabek and Drew Hutchison and even Luis Perez, who also had Tommy John surgery last season.
I guess Kyle Drabek is still in Double-A. He's in Double-A right now. He's had a couple of starts there. Hutchison was there for a couple, and he's passed them. And from what I have read, Kyle has thrown the ball really well.
There's really no reason to rush either one of them. Asturias picks up his 2nd hit of the night. Skips one right off the mound into center. 2 for 3 for the Jays second baseman.
Breaking ball. Stays back on it nicely. Recognizes it before he strides. Sees it. Lets it break. Hits it right through the legs of Parker.
So Bautista will step in. He hit a rocket double to the base of the ball in left field his last time up. Tried to check and went around. John Gibbons Ball Club coming off of a 5-5 road trip on the heels of a 3-7 homestand prior to going out west. And Neil Wagner looked frustrated with his outing tonight.
He just couldn't finish off those batters last, did he? 4 straight hits. He got 2 strikes on a lot of them. Just couldn't finish him off, so his night is probably finished. And as a manager, when you're behind like this, there's not a lot you can do. Your troops have got to hit your way back into it.
Yeah, there's very little strategy in a 9-3 game except get on base. And like Joaquin Andujar said a long time ago, you never know.
You never know.
Bautista with a good cut.
Well, they've got the right guys up there. You get a couple of guys on and then pop one out of here, you're right back in it.
Edwin Encarnacion is on deck. He's 0 for 2 so far. Meister Asturias with his 2nd hit of the night at first base. Bautista drives it high in the air to left field. Cespedes with plenty of room makes the catch. Jed Parker working in the 5th inning. Parker, we mentioned 12 consecutive starts without a loss. That's tied for the longest stretch in the majors. He's tied with Clay Buchholz, who is on the shelf with the Boston Red Sox. There's a strike to Encarnacion. Parker hasn't lost a game since May 22nd when the Rangers beat him in Arlington. He lost 3-1 in that game. He pitched 7 innings and allowed just 3 runs on 6 hits.
You know, and some of that is bad luck for him because he has pitched some good games in that streak and got no decisions.
He had 6 straight no decisions during that stretch.
His offense just couldn't score runs. He gave up 1 run to Houston in 7 innings and got a no decision.
One and 2 to Edwin Encarnacion. Parker's in his 2nd full season with Oakland. He started out his career with the Arizona Diamondbacks. He came to Oakland in a trade with Ryan Cook and Colin Cowgill for Trevor Cahill and Craig Breslow. It's a little sinking fly ball into right. Reddick over easily and makes the catch. The inning is over. We will go to the top of the 6th, and now it's time for the Home Hardware Cleanup Crew, brought to you by Natura. Home Hardware's exclusive line of safe, environmentally friendly cleaning products. What you're going to see at a ballpark, and tonight at 6 p.m. before the start of the game, there was a wedding. Tom Welfold marries Kim Tovey. It took place in a luxury box here at the ballpark. They're both longtime Jays fans and thought it would be a perfect way to start their life together by having a wedding ceremony here at the ballpark. A lot of family and friends in attendance, and you tell you what, you got to be a big Blue Jay fan as a bride to agree to have your wedding at the ballpark.
At the ballpark. Sounds like a great bride.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome. Congratulations to Tom and Kim on your wedding right here at Rogers Center. Juan Perez into the ball game to start the 6th inning. He's in relief of Neil Wagner.
He picked up Josh Johnson 3 days ago, pitched a couple of innings at the Seattle Mariners. After Josh threw 5 innings, he threw innings 6 and 7 and did really well. He mixes in that breaking ball well and got a good fastball. A couple more innings tonight, probably needed from Perez.
Perez established a new Blue Jays franchise record for scoreless innings to start your Blue Jay career. He had a 22-inning stretch And that stretch was ended in the Dodgers series on the 24th of July, where he's been a very pleasant surprise. He's working to Jed Lowry, the shortstop. Lowry's had a big night. He homered in the 4-run first inning, hit a 3-run home run. Then he doubled in the second, and he walked in the fourth. Full count. We are in the top half of the 6th inning. Oakland has a 9-3 lead. Lowry stays alive.
That was a good job of fouling off those pitches. Look at that, 7 pitches. Remember, it was 1-2. He fell behind 2 strikes right away, and now has fought back to 3-2. Fouling off what Juan Perez has to offer. He's a solid little player. It was a good pickup by the A's when they got him from Houston. There's another one.
I started out his career with the Boston Red Sox, and he was a very good collegiate player at Stanford University. And he was just one of those guys that you look at him and say, okay, well, he's all right. Doesn't have great power, doesn't have real good speed, but he does a lot of little things to help you win a game.
Yep, right in the mold of the Oakland Athletics. Switch hitter, little infielder that battles you at the plate, gives you good effort on defense, and he's making Juan Perez work.
He was a first-team All-America player at Stanford University in back-to-back seasons, 2004 and 2005. Hits it up the middle. Esteuras dives from his knees, not in time. Jed Lowry has his 3rd hit. Been on base 4 straight times. Fans, we've been talking about the trade. It took place on this date in 1988, August 9th, 1988. Connected wraps up its retrospective of the trade that stunned the hockey world. Part 5, Reflections, following our game right on Connected. So make sure you wrap it all up with Part 5 of the trade. Yoenis Cespedes, the left fielder, takes his strike. Cespedes has not hit for the average that the A's expected, but the power numbers are pretty impressive. And remember, he is just in his 2nd season. He signed with the A's in March of 2012. He is a Cuban that defected after the 2010-2011 Cuban season. He went to the Dominican Republic and then became an unrestricted free agent and signed with Oakland.
He's got some tools that really are going to play in the big leagues. Power and some speed. Missed a lot of time last year too with a variety of ailments. So this is really interesting what's happening right here. We told you that Tim McClellan has a very late strikeout call, and Cespedes didn't know that that was a strikeout.
Yeah, Tim McClellan has always had a very deliberate strike call. And watch the reaction here. Cespedes takes the ball inside, and McClellan calls him out, and Cespedes hadn't even recognized that he was out. But now he's saying, excuse me, sir, you're out. What did I do? You struck out. I didn't know.
That is the first strikeout tonight by an Oakland A hitter. That's how well they've been seeing the ball tonight.
Well, the last time Oakland scored 9 runs, they did it against the Blue Jays. on the first game of that 10-game Blue Jays West Coast swing. Oakland won the opener of that series 9-4 behind A.J. Griffin. And then since then, it's been a real challenge offensively. The most runs they have scored came on Wednesday afternoon in Cincinnati. They lost 6-5. Brandon Moss has drawn the collar tonight. He's 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts. Good breaking ball and back-to-back strikeouts for Perez. 2 down.
This hockey season, your better starts at Sport Check, featuring our exclusive line of Sidney Crosby's SC87 hockey gear by Reebok. Sport Check, your better starts here.
Beautiful evening in Toronto Friday night. It'll be 3 consecutive day games between the A's and the Blue Jays. Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, and an unusual Monday afternoon game before Oakland flies back to the West Coast.
Get our first look at Sonny Gray tomorrow.
Sonny Gray is going to make the start tomorrow for the Athletics. Jared Parker goes to mound today, and this is a young starting staff. Sonny Gray was 8-5 in the Coast League at Sacramento AAA for Oakland.
It's a very young staff, either homegrown or they got them in trades when they were younger players. There's A.J. Griffin we'll see on Sunday. But they have done a good job of putting this team together over the last couple of years.
There's a bouncing ball outside of third. Sonny Gray was an 18th pick overall in 2011. Comes out of Vanderbilt University. He's not big in stature. He's 5'11". Bartolo Colon, of course, he's not 6 foot tall either, and he's had a heck of a career. But Sonny Gray is a highly regarded prospect getting his first start. Ball goes all the way back to the backstop, and Chet Lowry moves into second base. Should be a wild pitch charged to Perez.
Holds on to that slider, wanted that strikeout to strike out the side. It holds on to it just a little bit too long and yanks it into the dirt. And past Josh Thole. Infield single, strikeout, strikeout. He wants another one.
Full count pitch. Donaldson lays off that slider. 2 on, 2 outs. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. He's got an update. Thank you, Jamie. A-Rod has struck out twice in his only 2 at-bats so far. Ivan Nova has pitched well for New York of late. He is the starting pitcher up against Rick Porcello for the Tigers, and Porcello has given up 3 runs on 5 hits through 3 innings. Josh Reddick has had a big night, pair of home runs. 1 to right, 1 to left.
Well, this is what Oakland does to you right here. Very patient at the plate. They'll take their walks. They'll have tough at-bats. Juan Perez, first inning. This is going to be his 28th pitch of the inning.
High and deep, and Reddick, the hat trick. 3 homers for Josh Reddick tonight. He has rediscovered the long ball.
And all it took was a trip to Rogers Center. Balls are flying out of here. 12-3. 8th home run. What a big night. Jose Perez has thrown 28 pitches, fell behind again, and threw a fastball in the middle, and Reddick was waiting for it. 2-0 heater, belt high. That's when you can really open up as a hitter. 2-0, you can look for something out over the plate. He gets it and hits it.
That's the kind of game that can get Josh Reddick going down the stretch. He's been searching all season long for the home run stroke, coming off a 32 homer season a year ago. Seth Smith, he's had a pair of doubles and scored 2 runs. Josh Reddick has driven in 5 tonight.
Boy, what a power display. 5 home runs now by the A's.
With those 2 doubles tonight, Seth Smith has 23 for the season. He waves at that breaking ball and strikes out. Perez will strike out the side, but Josh Reddick, with his 3rd home run of the night, has made it around. It's 12-3 Oakland. Reddick with 3 homers and 5 ribbies. When we come back, it'll be Adam Lind, the number 5 hitter, then Colby Erasmus and Brett Lawrie, who's extended his hit streak to a career high 11 games. Oakland Athletics Series this week and enjoy a display of rare Canadian baseball artifacts, including a Babe Ruth autographed baseball, the home run plate used in Game 6 of the 1993 World Series. How about a Paul Molitor's 1993 World Series MVP trophy? The artifacts will be displayed in Jay's shop on the 100 level at Rogers Center. For tickets, call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com or stop by most Rogers Plus locations to see a beautiful exhibit of Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame memorabilia. Great collection.
That would be really cool to go see that kind of stuff if you like anything about baseball. Babe Ruth,
Yeah,
that's small.
He had his first professional home run on Center Island. Hanlon's Point, just across the water. And of course, I know you're going to take your boys to see that. They'd love to see that while they're here.
That, maybe get a picture with all that kind of stuff. They're in town, so it's a great idea.
So make sure you check it out. Come to Rogers Center this weekend to see the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame exhibit. Ground ball to the right side. Parker has to cover the bag as Moss went after it. Sogard throws out Lynn. One down here in the 6th.
Pretty good team defense right there by the Oakland A's. They come into this game 67 errors, around the middle in fielding percentage. Moss, the first baseman, got out of the way let the pitcher take it.
Speaking of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, Jerry Howarth went into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame as the 2012 Jack Graney Award winner. Rasmus pops it up. Donaldson with a long run, and he's going to run out of room. But Jerry Howarth was inducted into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame in 2012, and he will be presented with the award prior to the game on Sunday. And he will throw out the first pitch, and it's a great honor and well deserved for Jerry Howarth to receive that Jack Graney Award here on Sunday prior to the game. Another good changeup from Parker.
Congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah,
well deserved. That's awesome.
Yep, he certainly deserves it, and boy, the Blue Jays are well represented in the Canadian Hall of Fame. Some great riders that covered the Jays for a long time. Colby Rasmus strikes out. He strikes out for a second time, this time swinging. Jared Parker now has 5 Ks on the night. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Wicked changeup, 2 in a row. 1 for strike 2 and this one for strike 3. Good movement, good arm action on that change.
Brett Lawrie, check swing, foul tapper at the plate. Lawrie had a bloop double in the 2nd inning. Picked up an RBI. That hit extended his hit streak to 11 straight games. That's a career high. Line down the right side. That's a foul ball. Well, that's what's allowed him to string together this hit streak. Staying all over the park, staying on the balls away, and just trying to go with what the pitcher gives him.
You know, he hasn't pulled too many of those balls for base hits. Trying to get him to stay a little bit more in the middle of the field, focus back through the middle. Let that ball get deep, and he just missed it down the right field lines. He's always had great hands, good quick hands.
Plays off that pitch. Brett reaching base in the 2nd has now extended his streak of reaching base to 19 of his last 21 games. Consistency. That's
all
what
you
want to see.
It's all you want from a young player. Is he making adjustments to become a little bit more aggressive and consistent?
It's hit high to left field. Cespedes has plenty of room. Over toward the foul line, makes the catch. Laurie's retired. Jared Parker has retired 5 straight. We move to the 7th. It's all Oakland. They lead 12-3. town. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night. 3 night games when Boston's in town. Call the Blue Jays for Red Sox tickets at 416-341-1234. You can always log on to BlueJays.com and order your tickets or stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Catcher Stephen Vogt. He's been on base 3 times tonight. Oakland has scored 12 runs on 14 hits. Everybody has gotten into the act tonight.
They've popped 5 home runs out of here. It's the most that they have hit in a game this year. They don't look like a club who came in here struggling to score runs.
Josh Reddick has driven in 5. He's tied Brandon Moss for the most RBIs in a game. Moss had a 5 RBI game on the 10th of April. That is a fair ball. Vogt reacted as if he thought it was foul, but he is out. A ground ball to Encarnacion. That's the first out of the top of the 7th. Juan Perez in his second inning of relief gave up 3 runs on 2 hits last inning. Josh Reddick a 3-run home run after the Donaldson 2-out walk.
They have scored a run in every inning but the 4th inning. Time to throw up a 0.
Coco Crisp with a 3-hit night. Breaking ball for strike 1. Crisp has had a 4-hit night this season. It came on the 3rd of June at Milwaukee against the Brewers. Reddick is the first A's batter to hit 3 home runs in a game this season. Personally, it's his first 3-homer game of his career and just the 3rd multi-home run game of his career.
How easy would it make Bob Melvin's life if he starts swinging like he did last year? Put him up a little bit higher. He's hitting down because he's just hitting over 200. Hitting 7th tonight. Basically hit 3rd all of last season when he hit those 32 home runs.
Yeah, and the players will dictate your lineup. When you're not swinging the bat consistently, Bob Melvin can do nothing but put Reddick down at the bottom of the order. He'd love to put him in the 3rd spot.
Make his life a lot easier. Team him up with Cespedes, a 3 and 4 combination.
Well, and then too, what you could do is you could move Jed Lowry into the 2 spot. Switch hitter batting second behind another switch hitter, Coco Crisp. All of a sudden, then you really create problems for the opposition.
You got some RBI situations, opportunities.
Chris takes a ball in the dirt for ball 4. Second walk issued by Juan Perez. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. They may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Coco Crisp has been on board 4 times tonight. There's a shot down the right side off the bat of Eric Sogard. Sogard's done a good job for Bob Melvin. He is looking to extend his personal hit streak to 14 games. He is hitless so far tonight. He's 0 for 2 officially with a walk and a sacrifice fly.
They traded for Alberto Crespo right when we were in Oakland last week, 10 days ago or so. They were going to play him at second base and play him a little bit at third base. He was injured in the game in Cincinnati on Wednesday. Bruised up his forearm. He's available. But that's another nice addition that they picked up at the trade deadline.
Tyaspa was 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles Wednesday afternoon before he left that game. And that snapped an 0 for 18. So he was just coming around a bit. And it's not unusual for a guy in a midseason trade to go to a new team and get off to a slow start trying to make an impression on your teammates.
And he said that. He said, I want to do something to help my new team. And you try just a little bit too hard. He was going to be a left-handed hitting third baseman if they needed that. If they wanted to give Josh Donaldson a day off, he could be a right-handed hitting second baseman when they wanted to give Sogard a day off. That was a clever little pickup, I think, by Billy Beane.
And Josh Donaldson has been great at third base, but down the stretch you'd like to give him a blow once in a while and maybe slide him into the DH spot just to get him off third base.
Well, Bob Melvin has said that. He wants to give him a blow.
Reyes knocks it down, barehands it, but not in time, and Sogard reaches. That might be the hit he needed to extend his hit streak to 14 games. He hit it sharply up the middle. Reyes got a glove on it, and Sogard indeed is given an infield hit.
Would have been a heck of a play if Jose Reyes comes up with this one. Juan Perez has a shot at it, misses it. Jose Reyes has a shot at it, just can't come up with it. It's an infield hit. Number 15 tonight by the A's.
Jed Lowry has 3 of those 15 hits. He's also walked. Big night for Lowry. He's inching up toward 300. There's a line drive to left. That's another base hit. Coco Crisp coming around to score. Jed Lowry with his 4th hit of the night. Drives in his 4th run. And Oakland has just tied their season high by scoring 13 runs. So Lowry will be given the rest of the night off. Adam Rosales comes on as a pinch runner to give Jed Lowry the rest of the game off. He had a terrific night at the plate.
On that just concluded 10-game road trip, the Blue Jays had the fewest hits allowed in any of the games was 7. That was against Oakland, and that's when Mark Burley pitched. 7 shutout innings. There was a lot of 12s and 10s and 11s and 8s on that road trip. 16 more here tonight.
Adam Rosales, and you think, well, he was at Texas, wasn't he? Well, yeah, he was. He was claimed on waivers by the Texas Rangers. They designated him, and he's been reclaimed by Oakland. Tolley knocks it down. The runners are going to advance. That takes the A's out of a double play situation. Sogard read it perfectly, moves over to third, and right behind him was the pinch runner, Adam Rosales.
Still got to play the game hard. You're up by 10 runs. You advance on a short, wild pitch. Just 1 out. And an RBI situation here for Cespedes.
They mentioned the A's have tied their season high with 13 runs scored. They scored 13 runs at Boston in a 7-inning game back in April. Sergio Santos starts to loosen up. The A's have 16 hits tonight. Their season high is 19. There's a ground ball to second. Sogard comes in to score. Cespedes picks up his 2nd RBI of the night, and the A's have scored a season high 14 runs. Josh Reddick, a breakout game, his first 3-homer game of his career. Came into the ball game with 5 home runs and has hit 3 tonight.
And yeah, he'll get another crack to try and have a 4-homer game.
Looks like Jared Parker, his night might be over. Getting congratulations up and down the bench.
I wonder if something is wrong here, Buck, with Josh Thole on the mound with Juan Perez. George Poulos is going to come out now. That's Dan Otero throwing in the pen.
Yeah, Thole went out to the mound and Perez didn't feel right. Something was up, but now he's looking at his left arm, and that's never a good thing. So there you see Gibbons pointing to the bullpen, and they're going to call for Sergio Santos to come on. And unfortunately, it appears as though Juan Perez may have suffered some sort of arm injury, and he's going to leave the ball game. So if things aren't bad enough, 56 pitches for Perez. Watch the reaction after this last pitch.
Starts to shake out that hand or that wrist or something, trying to move it around, and Josh Thole picked up on it right away. Figured something was wrong with his pitcher, went out there, and he's going to have to leave with George.
So Sergio Santos comes in, and it's been a rough night all around. When he comes back, it'll be Brandon Moss with a 1-0 count facing Sergio Santos. Juan Perez has to leave with an apparent injury. For a reason, the best content you'll find on your radio. Primetime Sports with Bob McCown every weekday on Sportsnet 590, The Fan. It has been a forgettable night for the Blue Jays. They trail 14-3. Sergio Santos will be the third relief pitcher to work tonight. Juan Perez had the lead after throwing one pitch to Brandon Moss. Hot shot right to first base, and Encarnacion will grab it. Brandon Moss is retired. He is 0 for 5 tonight. Sergio Santos needs one pitch to close out the seventh. It's all Oakland tonight at Rogers Center. We move to the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher for Oakland is Dan Otero, making his 15th start. Jared Parker goes 6 innings, and they're able to pull him out with a comfortable lead.
He faced the Blue Jays when they were out in Oakland through 2 1/3 innings against the Jays. A little sinker slider type of pitcher. Throws strikes, nothing real fancy, but he gets outs. He has not been scored upon in 9 of his past 10 games.
Josh Thole, the catcher, has gone 0 for 2 tonight. Blue Jays have just 3 runs on 6 hits. It pales by comparison. Oakland has scored 14 runs on 16 hits, and Oakland has hit 5 home runs. Adam Rosales took over as a pinch runner for Jed Lowry. He takes over defensively at shortstop. Josh Thole takes a 4-pitch walk, and the Blue Jays have the first runner on against Otero. Emilio Bonifacio had an RBI in the 3-run second inning for the Blue Jays. They got back into the ballgame. At that point, it was 6-3. But then Oakland continued to add on to their early lead.
Just haven't been able to shut them down tonight. Just 1 inning. They did not score, and that was in the 4th inning. They've scored in every inning. Left some runners on. 16 hits. Tough to come back in that one.
Big nights for several hitters up and down the order. Leader of the pack, Josh Reddick, of course, with a 3-homer night. And he has been looking to find that stroke.
He doesn't know he's out either. Bonifacio wasn't real sure. So you got to wait for Tim McClellan because he's late in his strike call. First 2 pitches were called strikes by McClellan, and then he swung at that one. He didn't know he was out. Watch the reaction. He swings and misses. Thinks it's only strike 2.
Reyes hits it to second. Rosales turns it. Sogard started it perfectly, and it's a quick inning for Dan Otero. He walks the leadoff man, but gets a strikeout and a double play. We'll go to the 8th. Oakland with a big lead. By the 2013 Honda Civic, Canada's best-selling car 15 years in a row. The official vehicle of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Tonight, it's not going to be singular drive of the game. It's going to be drives of the game, brought to you by Josh Reddick. Reddick homered in the 3rd, the 5th, and then in the 6th. The trifecta He had hit 2 home runs twice in his career in a game. Tonight, he does it 3 times.
His first 3-homer game of his career. He's also tied his career high with 5 RBIs. Big night for Josh Reddick. He's on deck. Josh Donaldson goes after the first pitch from Sergio Santos. Santos came into the game after Juan Perez left the ball game with 2 outs. Mark DeRosa comes off the bench, takes over at second base. With that, Meiser Astúriz moves from second to short. Jose Reyes is out of the ball game. Josh Donaldson has yet to make it into the hit count.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, a big night like this, Brandon Moss and Josh Donaldson, the only guys that haven't broken through with a hit.
And the later you get into the game, you're like, I need a hit. I want to join this group right here. And you try everything just to squeeze out that one hit.
Popped up over behind the A's dugout, out of play. Yeah, and you know the A's too. They are such a loose group of guys. They'll go in after this game and say, way to go everybody but Josh and Brandon. You've had that happen to you before.
Heck yeah. Been on both sides of it, where you're the guy getting the 3 and 4 hits and the baseball looks as big as a beach ball. Then the guy who doesn't get any too, and it looks like an aspirin.
Another foul out of play. Now Oakland trying to keep pace with the Texas Rangers, and Texas is down in Houston taking on the Astros tonight. Houston has a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 5th.
Houston's been tough on the Rangers this year. That looks like a cakewalk on paper, doesn't it, when the Rangers are playing Houston?
Yeah, you would think so, because you just look at the matchups on paper and you're right. You can just roll up all those papers and throw them away, especially this time of the year.
Oh, young kids trying to prove that they belong in the big leagues. They want to knock off the big boys. Yeah, wait till September. You'll see a lot of that funny stuff going on.
It's a high fly ball into right. Bautista backing up. He makes the catch.
Well, when you're in the groove like Josh Reddick is, the ball looks huge. Look at that. Head down, barrel right on the baseball. It's a short swing, same way. Head behind the baseball, drive that ball the other way for a home run. Stay behind it and finish your swing. That is how you hit home runs. Each one of those swings, his head was straight down on that baseball.
Josh Reddick, a ground out and 3 home runs. Trying to make it 4. Why not?
You think? Wind up on the change and try and make it 15-3.
The last 4-homer game took place May 8th of 2012. Josh Hamilton hit 4 against Baltimore. Carlos Delgado was the previous player with 4, and then Sean Green. Green at the time was with the Dodgers in 2002. Delgado did it in 2003 as a member of the Blue Jays against Tampa Bay. Right here in this ballpark.
You have to stay with your swing. You try and hit a home run and you're going to mess yourself up.
Well, his second home run went to left field. That was a good sign.
Stays on it and stayed through it. 3-1. It should get a good one to hit right here.
On the ground. DeRosa deep at second, throws him out. Fans, a reminder, it's Canada Baseball Day. Brett Laurie Bobblehead Day is presented by Honda. Sunday, August 11th, when the Blue Jays take on this Oakland A's team. The game starts at 1:07. The first 20,000 fans into the ballpark will receive a Brett Laurie bobblehead. Call the Blue Jays for tickets at 416-341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com and stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Canada Baseball Day, Brett Laurie bobblehead day, Sunday. Seth Smith, the DH, pair of doubles tonight. Welcome to those of you who have been watching Rogers Cup tennis. We are in the top of the 8th, and it's been Oakland all the way. They have a 14-3 lead as they jumped all over the starter Esmil Rogers in the first inning. They scored 4 runs on 3 hits in that inning. Jed Lowry hit a 3-run home run, and then Yoenis Cespedes went back-to-back in the first, and the A's were off and running.
2 more in the second, another one in the third, 2 in the fifth, 3 in the sixth, and that's where we sit.
Smith strikes out to end the inning. Sergio Santos has retired all 4 he's faced. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn in the Blackberry broadcast studio. In this issue, Sportsnet magazine takes a look at sports' biggest rivalries. Find out who's on top. Subscribe now at sportsnet.ca/magazine. Okay, we will do that. Since you're a pretty young lady dressed up in Blue Jays pink, we will put you on TV. Unfortunately, we wish the score was different, but yeah, you are on TV, young lady, and we're glad you're here tonight. New pitcher for the A's is Pat Neshek, the right-hander. Dan Otero came in and had a clean inning of work.
Had some seasons with Minnesota that were very successful as a setup man, and then missed all of 2009 with Tommy John surgery. Fought to get back to the big leagues, spent some time with San Diego, and now really found a home here in Oakland as a 7th, 8th inning setup guy. Extremely tough to pick his baseball up the way he throws from down under.
Some changes for the A's. Chris Young takes over in left field for Yoenis Cespedes, the starter. Meiser Asturias has had a 2-hit night. This is a 4-game series, unusual in that it's a Friday night game and then 3 consecutive day games. Oakland will leave after the game on Monday. Oakland goes back to the West Coast, and they will return home to play Houston for 3, Cleveland for 3, and Seattle for 3. Good opportunity for Oakland to gather some more momentum.
It's been a little bit of a stall right here for them. They finished up that homestand, went on the road, played the Reds. The Reds played them really tough. But they come up here to finish off this road trip and get off to a good start.
What's really interesting is after that Seattle game on the 21st of August, they come right back to the East Coast. They play Baltimore, a 3-game series, the 23rd, 4th, and 5th, and then go into Detroit for 4 straight. So they've got a tough trip back to the East Coast. And then they have a long homestand, Tampa Bay, Texas, and Houston. A 10-game into the 2nd week of September. The fly ball, Chris Young, almost in his tracks, makes the catch, 1 out. When you look at the A's schedule, and of course they overtook Texas last year on the final day of the season, they have 6 more games against Texas this season. So you can bet that they're not going to look ahead to the schedule just yet, but certainly they have it in the back of their mind. Oakland and Texas. Texas has an 8-5 advantage over the Athletics for the season.
And Texas knows even if they overtake them at some point this year, they have last year to remember that they came back and caught them on the last day.
How about Texas fortifying their outfield position today? Picked up former Blue Jay Alex Rios from the Chicago White Sox.
Did Nelson Cruz end up accepting his suspension?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't he going to appeal that?
Well, he thought about it. I don't think he ever really filed an appeal. I think all but Alex have agreed to the suspension.
Well, then that makes sense then to pick up another bat.
Bautista high and deep to left. Home run Bautista off the facing of the 3rd deck. His 26th of the season.
Jose has had a couple of good at-bats tonight where you say to yourself, you know what? He just missed that one. Flew out to center field where he just missed it his first time up. Hit a ringing double off the wall at left field, then flew out to left field where you said, wow, he just missed that one. Well, he didn't miss this one. Neshek up and in, and Jose crushed it. You see him take a quick glance to make sure that that ball stays fair. It does, right down the line, right off the pizza sign. That's what it looks like when you're sitting in the dugout. And a nice finish.
Bautista is 2 for 2 against Pat Neshek, and both have been home runs. He hit one into the 5th deck in Minnesota 2 years ago.
I remember that.
And it was a monster. One of the few balls that were hit into that deck out in left. Broken back. Sogard on the shortstop side of the bag throws out Encarnacion.
They were talking about that home run by Bautista off of Neshek in the 5th deck a year later when we were in Minnesota.
Remember when we first went into that ballpark when it first opened, everybody said, well, you can't hit any home runs in this ballpark. I think the Blue Jays hit 10 in the series.
Edwin, I think, hit half of them. And now he's going to pass on the information to Brett Lawrie about Neshek.
Bautista certainly would have rather the home run come in a winning effort, but boy, he hit a ton. Bautista's hit 2 balls real hard tonight. He had the double in that 3rd inning, as you mentioned. Adam Lind is 0 for 3. Blue Jays have just 7 hits tonight. Neshek thought that Lind went around.
Tried to sell it to the umpires too. It looked like a changeup or something, some kind of off-speed pitch that Adam checked on. Threw it again. 67 miles an hour.
Lind with a base hit to left. Chris Young over it. You play it back into the infield. 2-out single for Lind. Eight hits now for the Blue Jays. Colby Rasmus has gone 0 for 2 with a walk. Chase that ball off the plate inside.
Jays came into this game playing really well against the American League West. But tonight it's been all Oakland. They have had great numbers against the West. Just came off that West Coast road trip.
Rasmus hits it into the upper deck, but way foul. That looked like that changeup that Neshek threw to Lind, and Rasmus was all over it, but pulled it foul.
Almost an Evis pitch there. Stay back. Here it comes. You got to wait on it. Colby does, but he's still just a little bit too quick.
He had mentioned the Blue Jays' record against the West, 15-9 this season. That's the best record they've had against the American League West since '94. In '94, they went 18-13.
Yeah, so you feel it's going to continue on here for this homestand. 4 big games against the A's here, but they came out swinging.
Blue Jays are going to see a rookie tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon, in Game 2. Sonny Gray will make his first big league start, and he will be opposed by Mark Burley. Two and two. Hammered to center. Coco Crisp watches it into the second deck. Home run, Colby Rasmus, his 18th. And Neshek has given up 2 homers in this inning. It looked like another one of those slow changeups.
Might have to take that one and work on the side with it a little bit longer. If it was, Rasmus pulled one up into the 5th deck. Foul. This time waits just a little bit longer. Yeah, it's out there. And he smokes that ball to center field. Neshek came into this game 34 innings this year. They've only given up 2 home runs.
Gives up 2 in this inning. Bautista and Rasmus take them deep. Where he swings and misses. It's a ball on the strike. I'm sure Bob Melvin was hopeful that Neshek could just give him a clean inning here as Laurie hits it on the ground. Moss missed it. That ball had a lot of spin on it, and when it hit the turf, it really handcuffed Brandon Moss.
Yeah, got into his glove, but it was spinning like a top, just spinning right at him. Couldn't close the glove and hold on to it.
It's an error on Moss, his 6th of the season.
Right off the end of the bat, right at him. Look at that, into the glove. It spins and ricochets out. Just couldn't close on it.
Josh Thole, the catcher, try to keep the inning alive. One and one to Thole. Neshek came in to start the 8th inning. Gave up a 1-out home run to Bautista, a solo shot, and then Colby Rasmus hit a 2-run homer.
And you were saying maybe just get some work, have a quick inning. Well, he's up over 30 pitches now.
Bautista's home run, his 26th, for Rasmus, his 18th. Thole shoots it to left, and Young's going to play it on a hop. Laurie stops at second. Fourth hit of the inning. The error by Moss kept the inning alive. Kurt Young, the pitching coach, checking in on the status of Jerry Blevins, and he got the okay. He's ready. So Bob Melvin will come out.
Breaking ball. Thole stays right in on it, telling him that outfielder, get down, get down. You see Young just into the game. Not real sure if he should go over and catch that ball, so he plays it safe, plays it on a hop, and that will end Pat Neshek's night.
So Neshek pitches 2/3 of an inning, the left-hander. Jerry Blevins comes into the ball game with 2 on and 2 outs. We're in the 8th inning. It's 14-6 Blue Jays. Emilio Bonifacio will bat when we come back. Season on Sportsnet live on your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyPlaceTV.com/sports to get started. Tough inning for Pat Neshek. He was able to get just 2 outs, and they have to go to the bullpen to call upon Jerry Blevins, the left-hander.
Here are Blevins' numbers: 5-0, 335 earned run average. He was warming up to probably finish this one off in the 9th inning. So Bob Melvin brings him in to get an out here in the 8th and then probably the 9th. He was on the mound in Oakland when they won the first game of that series. finish that 9-4 win off.
The fielder Emilio Bonifacio has gone at 1-4-3. Drives it down the left side, but that's a foul ball. (14-6), and Oakland got off to a fast start against Esmil Rogers. Scored 4 in the first, including back-to-back home runs by Jed Lowry and Yoenis Cespedes. Lowry and Cespedes both out of the game. Bonifacio behind 0-2. Stays alive. Boy, that was an emergency swing. That ball was deep, and he was able to spoil a good pitch.
And it was going to be a strike, too, from Blevins. Started it way over the left-handed hitter's batter's box, and he was bringing it back in, trying to backdoor it. Bonifacio looked like he was going to give up on it, and then right at the last second was able to foul it off. They turned him around because he's a little bit weaker from the right side this year, the left side. Just 167 batting right-handed this year.
Another 0-2 pitch. Blevins strikes him out. The inning is over. The Blue Jays score 3 runs in their half of the 8th. Couple of home runs. Bautista, number 26. Colby Erasmus, his 18th. But it's all Oakland. 14-6 after 8. Fans, a reminder, Summer Fan Friday Festivals presented by Bacardi. Next one will be Friday, August 30th, when the Blue Jays take on the Kansas City Royals. The game starts at 7:07 p.m. Come on down to Rogers Center early and check out the pregame festivities happening outside of Gate 10. Win great prizes, enjoy live music, and a licensed area. Gates open at 4:30 p.m. Call the Blue Jays for tickets at 341-1234. Log on to BlueJays.com or stop by most Rogers Plus locations. Brett Cecil into the ball game to work the ninth. Stephen Vogt pops it down the left side, right near the foul line. Bonifacio into foul ground, makes the catch.
Cecil needing some work. It's been 3 games since he pitched. Last time Brett Cecil was on the mound was in Los Angeles. Didn't pitch at all in that Seattle series, and with the off day yesterday, he needed some work here.
Retires Stephen Vogt to first batter. Coco Crisp, he's been on base 4 of his 5 plate appearances. He has 3 hits. He's walked, scored a pair, and drove in a run. And he really got everything going tonight with a leadoff single in the first.
And then kept it going in the second.
Big hop for Asturias. Crisp is out.
They had 4 runs in the first inning. They had a double, a walk, and then his hit really kept it going. They'd scored 2 more in that inning and really opened this game up.
Cecil has no problems with the first 2 hitters he faces here in the ninth. Eric Sogard, the second baseman, had an infield single in the 7th. That extended his hit streak to 14. That's a ongoing career high for Sogard. It's also the longest hit streak by an Athletic this season. Breaking ball broke around the inside corner.
The longest in the American League this year is Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury had a 19-gamer. Iglesias had an 18. Rios had an 18, and there were 5 other guys with 16. So he's getting up there in the American League. Got a chance to tie it in this series. Today's 14. I can only get to 17.
Off the end of the bat, that's going to get down in front of Bautista, his second hit of the night, a 2-out single. Sogard got a hit against the lefty, and that hasn't occurred that often, batting just 184 against lefty pitching this season, but he gets a 2-out loop single. Adam Rosales batting for the first time tonight. We mentioned Rosales was claimed by the Texas Rangers. He actually went to the Rangers, and after 3 days he is reclaimed by Oakland.
Think they gave away any of their secrets to him?
I was thinking that, to go in that clubhouse and ask a few questions. So what do you think of the A's? And you know what, he's probably asked, hey, what about this guy? How can he pitch? You know, I wonder what that's like. And you know, you wouldn't think you're going back to Oakland right away.
No. I'm just wondering if he's telling them their signs now.
Well, you know he is. I mean, you get over there for a short term and you say, okay, well, you might get into a game. We're going to make sure that you know the signs. And in his return, it's kind of the same situation. What'd you learn over there with Texas?
Well, they like to do this and they want to do that.
It's bounced to short. Asturias to Encarnacion. Rosales is retired. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It'll be Mark DeRosa, then Meiser Asturias, followed by Jose Bautista, who homered his last time up. After Blue Jays baseball on East Ontario, West End Pacific, it's connected, and there's big news coming out of the Rogers Cup in Montreal. Make sure you check it out, and on Sportsnet 360, Blue Jays Express, all coming up right after this game. Jerry Blevins stays into the ball game to work tonight. Mark DeRosa bats for the first time. Alberto Callaspo takes over at third base for Josh Donaldson. DeRosa had to do a jackknife to get out of the way. Mark DeRosa was mentioned in the baseball rumor mill as having been placed on waivers and claimed by a team. Of course, it's supposed to be confidential, so no telling about the validity of those rumors. We know one thing for sure. Alex Rios was on waivers.
Yes, he was on waivers and was claimed, and they were able to work out a trade between the White Sox and the Rangers. There's some cash going either way.
This is popped up into foul territory, the first baseman. Brandon Moss makes the catch, one out. Now for a preview of what's coming up on Connected, here's Aaron Huxworth and Ivanka Osman. Sounds like lots of great news. Make sure you check it out. Connected coming up right after this ball game. Maiciaras drives it deep to left. Chris Young is over into the alley and makes the catch. Now it's time for the Smooth Move of the Game, brought to you by Bacardi Oakart. Smooth spiced rum. Bacardi, proud partners of the Toronto Blue Jays.
He has been doing this with a little bit more regularity at third base, but it's Brett Lawrie going to his left, diving and making a strong throw across the infield. How smooth is this play? Full extension. Get up and make the play at third base. He is really picking it.
Jose Bautista hit a long home run in his last at bat. He's had a double and a homer. He is 2 for 4 tonight. Oakland has established a new season high in runs scored with 14. Bautista is all over that pitch, but it's well fouled.
He's winding up, isn't he? Hitting that high leg kick for his timing.
Bautista stays alive. He got a piece of that
like
backdoor breaking ball.
Bonifacio. Blue Jays are going to count on Mark Buehrle tomorrow. He's going to have to pick him up again like he did on the road trip. Blue Jays lost the opening game in Oakland, beat 9-4. They needed a big outing from Mark Buehrle. He delivered too.
Came right back the next night through 7 innings of 5-hit shutout ball. Buehrle has truly been the stopper on this ball club. Blue Jays shut out Oakland 5-0 and would end up winning the series 2-1.
And it started because of his strong effort on the mound and quick turnaround after this one, and they're going to need another effort like that from Mark Buehrle.
3 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bautista, another bullet. He's been on everything tonight. He's around first, and he'll end up with his second double of the night, a 3-hit night for Jose Bautista. He has squared up everything tonight.
He looks like he's ready to take off. That average is going to climb. 3 extra base hits. They try to go back in there with a little cutter, and he just pulls those hands through so quick, and he can keep that ball fair. down the left field line, keeps this one going. 24 doubled now.
To go along with 26 home runs. Edwin Encarnacion is 0 for 4 so far. He tried to check and went around, foul tip into the glove of the catcher. I wouldn't shoot. Pat, you were all over the ball flying out of this ballpark tonight. There have been 7 home runs hit in this game. Oakland hit 5. The Blue Jays a pair.
Standing down on the field today, you could just see it during batting practice. Blue Jays 11 runs and, 11 hits and 6 runs tonight, and it's not going to be enough.
Now, you don't even get a notice. Oakland with 14 runs on 17 hits and 5 long balls. Rogers Center has now given up 173 home runs. Foul ball. Camden Yards coming into play tonight has given up 167. A couple of tough ballparks. The next closest number, 148, Minute Maid Park in Houston.
60 games, I'm guessing, maybe a little bit more. How many games have we played here? 81 in the season,
yeah.
Right?
Over the course of play.
Wow. That's a lot of home runs.
Two and two to Encarnacion. Line to Callaspo, and the game is over. The Blue Jays were never in this ball game. Oakland got off to a 4-0 start, and they took the lead and never looked back. 14-6 in the opener. Coming up next, it's Connected on East Ontario, West End Pacific. Blue Jays Express on Sportsnet 360. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Mark Buehrle goes to the mound for the Jays.